hello. Fantastic. The stream deck decided to behave today. Hi. How's it going? I didn't check if the Hoi was... Do I have to refresh this every single time I want it to work? Are you kidding me? Hoi! I have to refresh the cache every single time? Fuck me, Mix It Up. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh well. I'll just have to try and remember to do that. But hello! How's it going? Happy Sunday! I hope that you guys are doing well. For those of you that were at the hangout yesterday, I hope you have recovered from whatever the fuck that was. Dude, my fucking throat was so sore afterwards. Holy shit, it was a very good time. It was a very interesting time. I learned a lot about a few people during that whole thing. So, you know, take that how you want to. What happened? What happened at the hangout stays in the hangout. We don't talk about Hangout Club. What else can I say? Bro, it was just a bit, it was a bit chaotic. That's all. It wasn't that bad. I'm just being a bit hyperbolic and playing it up, honestly. But I hope you guys are all doing well. So we're just sorting some things out. Just the usual. I don't know what we're gonna do today. We'll probably yap for a bit after I've said my hellos. Let me write this down. There we go.
Hello, 2 years of the crow.
Hello. Crow. I put the ow in crow. Haha. Get it? Alright, that's fine. Anyway, my hellos first. Let me say my hellos and stuff first. So, hello Ninja! Congratulations on being voiced! Hello Gem, hello Ray. Hello Rhino, hello Pancake. Hello Trash Can, hello Longo. Hello Lychee. Puzzle affirmation, I create a fun space for people. Hello Galandir, hello Caps, hello Drew. Corner Sun and Among Us. And Dogs Flying Planes. Galandir, thank you for the 10 stream streak. What the dog doing? Fuck me. Hello Jerby, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy 2-year anniversary. Thank you so much. Happy 2 years. Hello Clarinet, thanks for self-care check Drew. And there we go. We don't speak of the dogs, bro. I don't even know. I don't even know. That should stress me out. Yeah, the hangout was really fun yesterday. We played, we basically played Gartic the whole time because Snowy would not stop begging us on his paws and knees to play Gartic. If we didn't play Gartic, Snowy was gonna do something quite dire, honestly, I fear. So we played a bunch of Gartic phone and it was just fucking insane. It was so much fun. Honestly, it was really good. I was really surprised. I didn't think that we'd have enough people to make Gartic, like, you know, because with Gartic, as I was saying yesterday, you really need like 5 or 6 people to really, you know, properly enjoy Gartic, I feel, or at least get the most out of Gartic. The more the better. But quite a few people joined and it was honestly a really good time. Usually for the people that join the hangouts and we have Gartic sessions, they have access to a channel in the server that many of you guys probably don't, called the event book, which is where we store all of the kind of ghost down. We store all of the past Gartic phonings because I download everything and I store it for the funnies. So, but I only really give that out because it's where I put game codes and stuff as well, and I don't want that just out in the open where people can come in and troll and join and whatnot. So, if you're a bit confused at that, that's why. Hello, Joshy. I'm eating a cucumber. I'm actually raw dogging a cucumber right now. I think my favorite part of Gartic is the bits that get created. Like the jokes. Because some of them... Obviously, it's not fun sometimes when you do Gartic with a streamer or with someone who is like... They've got a little bit of power because they are like... And usually what it ends up devolving into is pandering. And I cannot be arsed with pandering. I do not want to draw myself 6 million fucking times. So I was very happy with how everyone's kind of prompts and drawings were, well, most of them. And obviously some people try to kind of force the bit by making it into a bit, but it was just incredibly well timed. Some of the returning bits, it was just fucking hilarious. Gonna stop laughing. Our street is saved. I'm so glad. It's kind of crazy you've gone on a retreat into the middle of nowhere, but you're so insistent on keeping your streak safe. One day Twitch is just gonna Thanos that for no reason, by the way. Hello Daniel, how's it going? Yeah, occasionally it's fine. Like, honestly, I get it. Hello Robbie.
Hi.
But yeah, we played a few rounds of the normal Gartic. We did the one where you create like a creature. And then we did some of the more anxiety-inducing ones where, like, you know, the disappearing lines one and the one where you have to draw the same thing but faster and faster each time. In the end, everything became Among Us, though. Yeah, exactly. Hangouts are not necessarily just you have to participate, you have to sit there, you have to talk. quite often we have people that just come in to watch and enjoy the setting, the mood, the funnies, the jokes. So don't feel pressured. Obviously, hangouts are not something that happen, you know, very often. It's up to you guys most Saturdays what you want to do with your Saturday time, but I don't think I've ever come away from a hangout and not, you know, my cheeks have not been hurting. It's always a really good time. And I'm always surprised at how many people do actively turn up and participate. It's very, very sweet. And I hope that you guys enjoy yourselves in there as much as I do. Vec didn't play and laughed his ass off. Vec was fucking spending like 90% of the time trying not to fucking laugh horrifically at my drawing. Yeah. I tried to make it very inclusive as well. So for example, Gartic is a free game. You can play it on a phone, you can play it on a PC, you can play it on a tablet, any kind of electronical appliance. Probably play it on your fridge if you have that kind of fancy fridge, but I'm assuming if you have a fridge that fancy that you probably have another electronic device to play it on outside of your fridge. So I do try to find things that are more inclusive, or if there are people that simply the people that want to play something specific that everyone has, then, you know, we go for that. Or usually we do the dolls, but yesterday I was just allergic to them, so you know how it goes. Playing Gartic on a Casio calculator like Doom. Shit, you can play Doom on anything. I don't know what we want to do today. Probably be a bit more chill. We could continue Gazillionaire if you guys like. I feel like I was really rushing on Gazillionaire yesterday because I felt like I wanted to get the run done within the 3 hours. Well, it was technically like 2 hours, but if we play it today, we can probably take it a bit easier. So play Doom and Gartic. Oh my god. If we have a bunch of people, the problem is like animation usually takes a lot of time and a little bit of coordination, I suppose, if you want to do something as planned as that. But could you like imagine like we fucking do an animation of someone playing Doom? Some sort of biology machine, don't remember what. They made Doom work there as well. It's crazy. If you don't see all previous streams, yeah, if you have no idea what's going on. It's a bit of a commitment. We used the timing. We used a timing that was based on like when everyone was done. Basically, it would start counting down. However, it did end up like we spent so long on some shit. Per animators playing Gartic, it was insane. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. It was the Rubber Ross, right? I've watched quite a few of those. And they've explicitly said, like, it takes fucking forever. Petri dish of human brain cells is currently playing Doom. Me, anytime I boot up a game, that is diabolical. Ah, dearie me. Yeah. Yeah. This shit a sci-fi movie. Hey, if you're passionate about something, go for it. Hello, Art. How's it going? Oh yeah. So we can probably do some more Gazillionaire today then. See if we can actually finish the run. I'll let you guys know tomorrow there is a very high percentage of a chance that I'm not going to be streaming because I have things to do. I think Tuesday I am trying to see, because I think Phantomy wants to play some Gamble with Your Friends. We'll see if the goons want to join in on that. Maybe we can do that on Tuesday. Wednesday we'll probably do something with Wife. Thursday, I don't know if I'm streaming on Thursday. We'll see. We'll fucking see. Is your friend's birthday yesterday? You went to a sushi buffet. Happy birthday to your friend. I'm okay. I'm chilling. We're chilling. Whoa, whoa. We are very much chilling. Got the key for the new place yesterday? Yeah! Let's go! My friend barred me from ordering more sushi and sake. But it's a buffet! What do you mean? All I can think of is, all I can think of is, what do you call it? The fucking Hanzo voice line. Sake! Sake! Sake. The Shimada Empire. Sake. Exactly. Your friend is not a yes man, I say. Go back on my own and spend the entire afternoon eating and watching anime on my tablet? Absolutely. That sounds like a fantastic time. I'm not really into sushi. Maybe vegetable sushi. I'm fine with vegetable sushi, but actual, like, you know, sushi that includes fish, probably not. Egg sushi is good. Oh, I love tamagoyaki. It's fucking amazing. It's so... It's so jarring because you see that egg and you bite into it and you're not expecting it to be so sweet, but it's so good. Hello, Conch. How's it going? Oh. Beef nigiri. Yeah, more stuff. Egg sushi, veggie sushi, other proper dishes and stuff. Say sushi, but there's a ton of other stuff. So it's like just a buffet, but you guys focused on the sushi. You're hungry again? Oh dear. Last time I was at a restaurant was like a month ago. I mean, to be fair, I don't frequent, like I don't go out, so you know. Whoa, whoa, oh, whoa, oh, whoa, whoa. Every time I go to a stream, I end up hungry somehow. They always talk about food. It's usually because someone somewhere in the chat is probably eating something, and then it sparks up a whole conversation about food. Yum food. You'd be devastated to hear that in my in my shop in Overwatch, there's like a discount thing on at the moment. You get like 5 random skins and they're like discounted. So it's like a League Your shop with an Overwatch, and I got a Thrall Zenyatta skin in mine. Tempted to get it just for you. Hello, Ginger. How's it going? Sunday dinner. I haven't had a Sunday roast in so long. Step right up. I'm a reasonable guy. I'm just your average evil meteor from out of the sky. And bring me some brains. Why is this such a banger? It's actually from The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Keep yourself safe. What a good friend. Me and Daniel are friends. Don't be silly. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Ginger. Thank you very much. Went back to the old MMORPG that had Voltaire as an NPC. Discovered you can have him in your house. You can just have Voltaire in your house. Does he sing? No, if he sings at your house, well, I guess there's only one way to find out. You have to get him right now. Like, right now. At this moment. The song's even talking about food? Yeah, but brains for food. Bro is gonna starve in this chat. It's called Voltaire House Item? Me when I'm a house item. Ignore the fact I'm vegan. I don't imagine brains would taste very nice, honestly. You had a pig brain. They're not bad. That sheep brain? It's meh. I just can't imagine it ever tasting, even texture-wise, like... If something doesn't taste of anything, the texture is gonna be even, like, more prominent. Won't be much in sheep brains. I already made this joke about chat. I mean, it's bah. All right, that was a +2. No worries. Enjoy your Sunday dinner, Galandier. Thank you for stopping by. Concentraste, you know you better work on matters. Said it's mercadesi anabagas. Venice. Okay, this is probably not really my place to say. Well, no, I'm gonna make it my place to say anyway. There is something I'm seeing on Twitter recently of a certain individual that has gotten a new model and essentially like had like a big redesign. I'm seeing a lot of really fucking rude people that are just quote retweeting, dogging on it, saying, well, I preferred the other one. And these are people that are supposed to like this person. And you wouldn't be able to tell that from some of the responses that I've seen. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say no one is entitled to think or feel a certain way about a design. But, and you know, it's the whole freedom of speech with your opinion sort of thing. But let's use like a few of our brain cells here and be a little bit nicer about it, you know? You don't have to say that. Never mind quote retweeting an actual post of the person saying it so that they're definitely probably going to see it. It's very fucking inconsiderate. Like, really inconsiderate. Honest to fucking God. I understand the design is probably sometimes some reasons why people might follow a certain VTuber or whatnot. That's fair enough. Once again, I'm not telling you what you can or can't like. It's just more about your behavior in the whole situation. Just don't be an asshole, dude. You don't like it that much that you feel the need to verbally complain about it. Maybe just, you know, separate yourself from them. So you don't have to look at it anymore if it's really offending your eyes that much. Just to be respectful, yeah, that's my biggest issue. It's like, just why are we quote retweeting the post where the creator put that? Directly saying, well, actually, I think this design is so much shitter compared to the original design. It's so unoriginal. Now they look like I think a third-rate fucking VTuber in an idol group or something. I'm just sat there just like, what the fuck? What makes you think, I'm gonna come on the internet and be this kind of asshole today? And again, it's from a bunch of people that are supposedly fans of this person. So I'm just like, okay, right. If I ever have a redesign and you guys don't like it, that's okay. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's your own opinion. You have your own preferences and shit like that. I'm not gonna make you guys sit here if you're really that offended with your eyes seeing what might be on your screen. But don't... I mean, this is why I explicitly said when I had my redesign from my original model, and I was explicitly trying to be very clear not to be disrespectful. You cannot like it, but don't tell me you don't like it. Don't say shit all about it, because it's very rude, not only to me, but to the artists as well. So... Internet anonymity. Being behind a keyboard certainly does braven people up. I mean, it bravens me up, so I can't really speak too much on that, but not to the point where I would be like, you know. Memories turn into daydreams, become a taboo. Hello, Light Cloud. How's it going? A lot of people really give zero fucks as saying stuff like I can just bring someone down for zero reasons. Exactly. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and be like complete fucking... I don't know what you want to refer to it. White knight or whatever. Can you still say that on Twitch? Didn't they like ban those terms or whatever? Whatever. No one has asked for me to defend them, but it genuinely made me mad just reading it, and I was like, wow. Way to be subtle, way to be fucking, you know, show that you have absolutely zero decorum. Decorum. You have to be a twat, you know. Good, glad to hear it. So, yeah, please don't, you know, if I ever catch you guys fucking doing shit like that, like, I'm just gonna say you probably have no place here. I think it's incredibly rude, incredibly insensitive. And, I can't imagine how they might be feeling about the whole thing. They might have been really excited to do something like this. Might have been really passionate about it. But no, everyone's like, we have to bring you down because it makes us feel better about ourselves. What's this about, if I may ask? It's just some things I saw on Twitter recently. A somewhat popular VTuber with a very... I don't want to say, you know, unique... The way that these people are describing unique is as if they've never seen any kind of OG-styled VTuber model before, which there are tons of. Now, I'm not trying to dismiss the original, you know, the person in question. Their design is very cool and very, very, very enjoyable to look at, but there's a lot of people that are directly quote retweeting a comparison basically that this person made, saying, oh, this is how it started and this is how it is, or whatever. It was something like that. And people are quote retweeting it saying, this design is caca-doo-doo, I prefer the other one. TLDR. And being incredibly fucking rude about it. Hello, Hannah. How's it going? Say it's weird? I think it's just really rude. Like, just incredibly fucking rude. And inconsiderate. I've seen a lot of it on my feed. And it just made me upset. Oh, I'm glad you're doing better. Don't interact with them? Yeah, exactly. If it's really upset you to the point you felt the need to make a quote retweet just fucking dogging on them, then maybe leave. Back to your Krungo one? Maybe I will. Maybe I just won't use a model anymore. Put the upcoming outfit? Well, I guess you guys don't get to see it. Fuck ass wings taking up half the screen? I have a toggle for my wings. I put them in. What are you insinuating? People actually watch my stream? Hoi! Hi! Hello, Joker. How's it going? Allergies but good? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I sometimes get allergies at sad things. Food ordered? What are you eating? Perfect. Pastéis. It's a fried pastry, one filled with chicken and catupiry? Another with picana and catupiry. Catupiry is like a cream cheese, really big in Brazil. I see. I see. I think Greg's would be very popular in Brazil then. I think Greg's would just be popular everywhere. I'm surprised they didn't make it something international. Hi, Ghost! Ghost got drawn a lot yesterday. It was very nice. Ghost, you are laid on my fucking Switch. Why are your feet so cold? I see your paws. How are your back feet like? Thank you for licking my finger. I appreciate that. That's something I definitely needed. Ghost Switch now. I need it. Need it. Some chin scratches. Yeah, you do. Should we get your little brother? Or little sister? Bruh, I was trying to look. I do occasionally look, keep an eye out for any adoptions. Tell me why someone was trying to adopt out a cat, charge £500, and the cat isn't fucking neutered or vaccinated or anything. Like, what do you fucking mean? Where are the fees going towards? Just say you're selling the cat at that point. Hi. Hello. You so should. Maybe eventually. You want a friend? Might be the price tag to stop time wasters, I suppose. But what if it's not? Wait, how do you message someone about that? Say, hey, I'm interested. Is it really this much, though? For a cat that doesn't have anything that is, like... I mean, I don't mind paying an adoption fee. And I was looking into, like, the actual adoptions. The problem with the adoption centers... Actually, the adoption centers at the moment don't have that many cats. And the cats that they do have... Once again, I cannot fulfill their needs, which I think some of them are like, oh, we have to, which I was surprised that one of the cats, there was like 5 cats, and one of them had to be on its own, and I was like, oh shit, and the others just needed outdoor space, which I cannot give them. And many phone calls trying to lowball me on the Scooby. I mean, we live in a society of if you don't ask, you don't get, so, but still, it's kind of, it sucks. Mail 1 or 2 to you, I would really appreciate that. It would be fantastic. More or less just waiting on having enough in the bank to cover 2 emergencies, pretty much. That is pretty much it. That, and honestly, from the way it's looking, to cover the fucking adoption fee cost. Are your eyes watering? Are you allergic? What do you have allergies to? It's bath day for you soon. It's the beginning of the month. Yeah. Ghost just had his vaccinations. Allergic to my bullshit? Why, I... God knows I am too. Hey, no one is forcing you to stay. Honestly, I was surprised you agreed to be a temp mod. Okay, we're gonna set up for Gazillionaire, which means we're gonna get the playlist. We're gonna get the Kasha EU West playlist. Not so temp anymore. No, he's a temp in the same way that fucking what's-his-face was a temp in The Office. Ryan. Yes, Ryan. Can I randomize this loop and shuffle playlist? And we'll start with... We'll do this. Soon he'll become the streamer? Oh my god. Convince Block to come home. Don't go pestering people about being a fucking mod. I'm serious, don't. If you don't want to be even a temp mod, I will just remove you. It's fine. Alright, Gazillionaire time. Hello, Adam. How you doing, lovely? You need a mod? I have some in mind. How many seasons you watched? I honestly can't remember. I need to finish it. Alright, stocks. So... Okay. Kilo is going down. Sty is going down. Oh, the frack prices are going up. I only have 2 fucking shares. I was not buying enough shares. We could probably buy more Nosh stocks, honestly. We want to go to Nosh, so they need Oggle Sand and whipped cream. So we can just buy all of this. We'll advertise. And we'll head to Nosh, I suppose. Buy up all their stocks.
Hola!
Hola! Buy all your cargo for 200 and... I don't think we're gonna make... Yo, fuck it. Yeah, go for it. Look, runs and streaks. If you're on a bad luck streak, make sure to buy insurance before traveling. Oh, thank you. Yeah, fuck it. No! Woo! Holy shit! Well, shit. Ah, fuck. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Look at this, boom. Pick up all those passengers. I wanted to buy a bunch of stocks in Nosh. Oh, it's starting to go up. Okay, okay, buy... How many can I buy? Okay, let's buy some more. Oh, fuck. I need to come back another week. Shit. That's fine. Explore planet. Okay, what do we have? Hello, Vic. How's it going? Hello, Goat 2. I have no idea about Sucks either. Holy shit, what is going on here? Polyester is really good, and we can go to Sty. We can buy hair tonic and polyester and go to Sty, I guess. That's fine. Okay, we're gonna buy hair tonic and polyester. We'll just buy the fucking hair tonic and buy this hair taxes. We're gonna go to Sty. Okay, boom. That's really good.
Great deal.
Great deal.
Great deal.
Great deal. Okay. So we're gonna go buy some more stocks. We can do whipped cream. We can do whipped cream. We can probably do X fuels as well, actually. Oh, it might be too late to buy the... No, it's not too late. It's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. Okay, right. Okay, buy all the hair tonic too, actually. No, not hair tonic. Whipped cream, whipped cream. We're buying whipped cream. And we wanted to also buy some X fuels. Okay, and then we will pay taxes. Deposit max. Okay. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna go to Nosh again. Oh, thank you. I keep getting free upgrades for the warehouse. I'm not breaking the law. Don't pay your taxes until you actually have to. Alright, stock market, show Nosh. Okay, buy. I want to buy like, have 1,000 of them. So, 217 more. Oh. Sure. Well. I thought the world was ending. It's just some gazillionaire, you know? It's a really old game. Right, 1 second. I had to move Ghost. He was getting getting annoying sat there. I don't want to have to fight them every time I want to use my Switch. Okay, right. Advertise, place ads. You don't have enough money. Why don't I have enough money? Holy shit. Withdraw. Lower. Straw. Okay, right. Advertise. Pick up passengers. See if we can. Woo! Let's go. Okay, it's not the best, but we'll sell it here regardless. Hair tonic. Who wants hair tonic? Frack really wants some hair tonic. We can go hair tonic polyester. Holy shit. And honestly, the exotic too. Exotic.
Whoa.
Hair tonic. Polyester.
Money.
When do you have to pay your fucking taxes? I don't get it. Holy fucking insurance is so expensive right now. Okay, I think we're gonna go to... Where are we gonna go? Frack? We're gonna go to Frack. We're doing really well. We're doing really well, so...
Whoa.
Great deal. Great deal.
Not the worst. Nosh is going up. It's gonna go all the way up. Trust me. We're investing in Nosh. What other stocks do I have? I have some in too. Oh fuck. Hello Chris, how's it going? Let's see. X fuels are good. We can go to buy X fuels and Oggle Sand, honestly. What else could we buy? We could probably do the frog's legs too. I don't see why not. No, we could. Yeah, we'll do the frog's legs. Just as a little bit of money.
Hi.
Oh fuck. Okay, I think we're good. Where are we gonna go? Yeah, I think we're gonna go to Frack stock was insane. Bought at the floor. No, the dog fucking fucks everything up. Dude, everyone wanted the fucking hair tonic. Holy shit. I keep forgetting to put the fucking money in the bank. Okay, right. I fucking bought all the hair tonic. Holy shit. But great deal. It's not the best. Actually, I X fuels are. It's 1%. All right, I just gotta sell the X fuels here. And the frog's legs.
Great deal.
Great deal. Okay, fantastic. It's fine. Okay, that I don't even want to know what I just read there. Okay, what have we got on here? It was the hair tonic, but it's 89% now because a bunch of them fucking bought it. Zero and Sty. Fucking diapers too. What's the stock market looking like? Oh, Tilo is going back up. Sty is just going down. Okay, Frack is going up. Nosh is... Oh, Nosh is loving that. Nosh, I need you to go, like, way up, please. Holy shit, look at Laura. Laura is fucking insane. So, to make the stocks go up, do I need to, like, try and make it so that I'm just selling a bunch to that place? Is that how it works?
Money, money, money.
Oh.
Could you imagine this multiplayer? Everyone's making shady deals. Like if you ignore Nosh now, you can have it later stuff. Yeah, a lot of people were kind of sad that there is no multiplayer on this. I think we're gonna have to just buy the hair tonic.
Whoa.
From here, and we'll just sell it at Sty, I suppose. No, thank you. These guys need to fuck off. We are slightly ahead, though. I forgot to deposit the money again. Fuck me. Alright, marketplace. What are we looking at here? I'm gonna sell all of
Whoa.
this. We're gonna buy... Oh my fucking god, these guys are fucking me up. The gems, I suppose. As many as we can. We don't have that many that we can buy. We're gonna advertise for Next Planet.
Money,
Pay our taxes. Could go to Mira and buy some more gems too. And some hair tonic if we can. Okay. That's what we'll do then. We'll probably go to Mira. Just deposit everything.
Good.
Good. Okay, what's the stocks looking like? Ooh, Nosh is climbing again. Nosh is climbing. Laura's leveling out. Uma's still fucking plummeting. Tilo is going back up too. Maybe I should have bought here. Holy fuck, these two frac shares are gonna go so hard. Oh, fuel is fucking cheap. Fantastic. Okay, wanted to buy the gems, right? The gems have gone up in price. They're up on Sty. Just buy it. We'll buy it anyway. Fuck it. Oh no, it's already... They don't have any gems. What if I sell the gems here? It's not really worth it, I suppose. Diapers. X fuels too. Ah, fuck it. Sell the gems. Buy the rest of the X fuels. Okay, thank you, Grand Sage.
Mm.
We'll just pay the crew. We'll advertise. So advertise in the magazine. Fuck it. And we are gonna go sell these X fuels to Tilo. Oh, fuck. That's good. Holy fuck, fuel is expensive. Okay, we wanted to sell the X fuels here.
Great deal.
Great deal indeed. There's no point in selling these here. Probably buy all of the polyester we can. Oh, frack is plummeting. Mirror is going down. Nosh is going down. No! Is it's all going to pot. Alright, what do I have? Polyester. Where are we taking that polyester? Toasters as well. We can fill the rest up with toasters. Why the fuck not? Never mind, we already have that. Okay, deposit. Max. And we will go to... Actually, we want to do some gambling. Oh, sorry, I didn't have any money. 1 second. Withdraw.
Mm.
Okay, I'm coming to gamble. Double or nothing! Yeah! Do we keep going? Do we keep going? Do we keep going? Do we keep going? Yes.
Thank you.
Fuck! We lost it all.
Good.
Alright, where are we going? Fuck! Bro, I can't! I can't, bro! They're all so much faster than me!
Great deal.
Okay, we can sell this here, though. Hair tonic.
Whoa.
We can buy all this, I guess. There's no passengers, they're not advertised? Holy shit, let's go! There's a scarcity of oxygen on frack. Driver prices on that region. Oxygen. Well, oh, we knew that. We want to go to Sty then. Where do we want to sell this hair tonic? Sty? Okay, that's perfect. We'll go to Sty. Then fucking pay these guys. Deposit max. Let's go to the stock market. No, my Nosh stocks. They're gonna pay out big. They are gonna pay out big, trust me. Oh my god. Okay, right.
Whoa.
Did all of the oxygen get bought up? Oh, babble seeds though. Babble seeds. Needs babble seeds. Needs fucking everything. Well, jelly beans too. Okay. Oh, these guys fucking suck. Wait, what? Fuck, my 2 shares! Nosh is going up though. All on Nosh. Hello Guns, how's it going?
Money, money, money.
Okay, we'll pay the taxes. We're gonna deposit max. And we're gonna go to No! Okay, right. These guys came ahead of me. Right, sick. Pick up the passengers. We're gonna sell our babble seeds. Boom.
Deal.
Everything got fucking bought, bro. Hair tonic. We're gonna just buy as much hair
Whoa.
tonic, okay? That's fine. Is frack still fucking plummeting? Oh no, it's going back up. Fuck. Oh, maybe I should have gone frack. Nosh, no. Alright, what does Nosh need? Fucking everything, bro. Everything. Okay, odds are stacked in my favor. You know what that means? The Nosh, they're gonna go up. They're gonna go up. Okay, let's go see if we can buy fucking shit on Sty. We'll go to Sty. What's the upper? Okay, 200,000. Fucking 300,000? Are you fucking kidding me? God fucking damn. Alright. Gonna buy. No, she's going up! It's going up! It's going up! Oh my god, it's going up. Fantastic. Okay, advertise for the next planet. We'll do that. Fucking insurance, bro! Okay, what are we looking at here? Hair tonic. Is this still the best place to sell hair tonic? It is not, actually. Frack is. We want to buy all of the... Ooh, we're going to buy all the oxygen, actually. Holy shit. Actually, we're going to sell this.
Whoa.
And we're just going to fill everything up with fucking oxygen. And then we want to probably top it off with some babble seeds. Because why the fuck not? Who wants oxygen? Frack wants oxygen. Do you want babble seeds as well? You could probably do with some babble seeds. Why the fuck not? Oh my god, the traders union fucking sucks. Okay, boom. Frack. $70,000. What the fuck? Okay, we got it. Oh, they bought all the X fuels, but it's fine. We weren't here for X fuels. The passengers, fucking fuel is so cheap. We're gonna buy the fuel. We are gonna fucking sack off one of our crew members. Oh, I don't have enough cash yet. Can I sell all my oxygen? Yes, I fucking can. Okay, now I have enough cash. There you go. We're also gonna sell off the fucking Babel seeds, actually. Holy shit. Hello, Christian. How's it going? What are frack stocks looking like? Yeah, we'll buy some frack stocks. Frack is going back up.
Money, money.
Want to buy all the Oggo sand? All of the Oggo sand to Nosh. Okay, perfect.
Hi.
Ooh.
Okay, okay, we're winning. We're winning.
Money, money.
Fuck you for that. Fucker. It's fine, fuel is still quite cheap. Sell the oxygen! Boom.
Deal.
Fantastic deal. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Okay, right. Stock market. How's it looking? Oh, they're going up. They're going up some more. Okay. Wait, so... Okay, right. Keep an eye on those. Supply. Oh, look at the exotic. Holy shit, the exotic. Ooh, okay. And the Cryptoons as well. We could go to Mira. 70 to... Yeah, we'll do the... And what else do you need? Fucking polyester. Say less. Put our advertisements down. Deposit everything.
Good.
Good. And let us go to... Oh, wait, insurance is fucking so cheap.
Ooh.
Hi.
Okay, we'll deposit the rest.
Good.
Okay, we'll go to... Mira.
Hello.
Hello. No. What do you mean? Holy shit, Hoffmeister are taking up. Okay, right, we need to fucking... No, now she's going down again. Do I have any stocks in Mira? No, I don't. I could buy, though. I could buy so much... So wait, if I just withdraw, like, everything, like... Buy, upper... Okay, we got some stocks in Mira now, too. And then we'll pay our crew. We bought everything here. No, we want to sell everything here. Polyester, done. Fucking exotics, done.
Deal.
Kryptons, done.
Deal.
Look at that. Boom. Okay. And then we want to buy all of the diapers, probably, and the X-Fuels as well. Wait, actually, this is kind of... We'll go to X-Fuels to Tilo. Buy all of the diapers. Fill all of that up. Advertise for the next planet. We'll deposit the max. Explore the planet. Okay. Fuck, Laurel? Isn't that where I'm supposed to be going? No, it's not. Okay, that's fine, because we bought X Fuels. We're going to Tilo, not Laurel. Oh, the cantaloupe, actually. Wait, fuck the diapers. We're going to buy the cantaloupe. Oh, but the diapers is like... No, it's fine. We'll just buy the cantaloupe. And then we will go to Tilo. Let's go gambling. Yes. Fuck. Wait, they're so fucking close. Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, they're so close. Fucking stocks. Do I have Tilo stocks? I don't. We might have to go to Nosh. We might have to sell all of our stocks. We might have to put everything in Nosh. Fuck, they're so close. Shit.
Great deal.
Shit. Fuck. I don't think I'm gonna have enough regardless. Okay, Nosh, what do you need? Tell me you need something like oxygen. You don't need oxygen. You need whipped cream. Fucking... Fuck it. Oxygen. Advertise for next planet. Boom. Withdraw max. Let's go gambling.
Thank you.
Fuck! Fuck!
Good.
Alright, okay. Every little bit matters. So what else did you need? Fucking Nosh, you needed whipped cream, okay. Fill the rest up. I don't have enough cash because I just deposited it all like a idiot. Withdraw, I just need to buy some whipped cream, please. Wait, why is it 88? Whatever, who cares? Boom. Okay. Deposit
Good.
max. Oh, what's our freaking insurance at? No, we can't afford insurance. Let's go. No. Oh, they're so close. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is not great, but sell it all anyway. Oh, it's fucking horrible. Sell all this.
Great deal.
Okay, please. Oh, no. We're gonna have to sell everything. Okay, this is not enough! It's not enough!
Good.
We're fucked! We're so fucked! I need to make $1 million! Extra sub catch, Hannah. Oh, it's over! Do I know about gambling? Should I go gambling? Back to Tilo. What did Tilo need? Cantaloupe? I need cantaloupe. Alright, we'll do that then. Maybe they won't get it. Maybe they'll have like a problem or something. Alright. I can't pay you guys. Oh, you guys are fine.
Good.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck off! Oh, you're so close! I could have probably maybe have done it! Ah, fuck me, bro! Why? Guys, it's over. We don't win. We don't fucking win. 100,000 to the crew. Oh, with drawbacks, come on. I need to make $1 million from fucking gambling, bro.
Good.
Fuck. What the fuck? Oh, fuck me, they won. That was just salt in the wound, bro. That was just pure salt in the wound. Oh, fucking hell, look at an explosion. Ah, fuck. Couldn't win a novice? Bro, shut the fuck up. Okay, I think I want the Nosh and I want Tilo. Tilo, Nosh. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we need to pick a different fucking spaceship this time because we were so slow in the whale. I was novice, yeah, I was novice. You wanna make it rain? I can do that. Hear you out? What are you gonna say to me right now? The cargo boost in the beginning, but we're so fucking slow. We're so slow. Oh, it's so fucking slow. It's so fast though. I mean, the retina is not bad. It's got the biggest problem with this as well is 6 crew members. The fucking costs to run was like so expensive. For one passenger. Look, 4 crew members, 110 cargo, 6 corp engine, 40-ton fuel tank, room for 5 passengers. This looks like a middle ground. This looks like a really nice middle ground. Industry standard. It's either between the bee or the wasp one, this green one, or the train one for me. I don't know what people prefer out of that. I'm not taking the fucking whale again. It costs so much to pay the fucking passengers. The Wasp, you want to just go for the fucking speed? Okay, we'll go Wasp. We need to start buying stocks too. So we can pick up passengers. It's fine. We're on the fuel planet right now. What are we looking at? Jelly beans. Jelly beans are good. Quag. Jelly beans to Quag, maybe? Jelly beans, and we could probably do X fuels. We could just buy them here. We don't have to sell them. I don't think we can buy anything else. We'll buy some stocks. Nosh is on the rise, actually. Actually, they're all on the rise. I think we wanna go to Quag. We'll buy some stocks at Quag. Okay, we'll go to Quag. Oh, you can buy the faster engines at Pike. Smuggler's Heaven. Okay, pick up passengers. Okay, supply. Jelly beans. Oh, but I just... Okay, good. Here, take them.
Great deal.
Great deal indeed.
Oh.
The X fuels aren't bad. I'm gonna buy stock though. Oh! Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, we can't go to Nosh. We got some X fuels. We could go to Tilo, maybe. Cause then we could probably buy some lava lamps. What do I have, actually? I have some Kryptons as well. Oh, better on Pike, but we could go to Tilo. Make an advertisement. See if we can fill it up to the max. Actually... Loro stocks are going down. Might be able to buy some Loro stuff. What does, Loro need? Fucking everything, bro. We could go to Loro instead. It is 0 to 2%. Oxygen too. Holy shit, actually we can just buy the oxygen here. 56. Okay. X fuels. Okay, we could go to Loro. We could just go to Loro, buy the oxygen. And we'll go to Loro.
Good.
Oh, the fucking fuel. Low on fuel. What were we selling here? Oxygen. We're selling oxygen here.
Great deal.
Hello, Russ. How's it going? Oh, sick! Reduce their fucking... That's fantastic. Holy fucking insurance is so expensive. 13. Okay. What's the stocks looking at? Loro. Could buy as many as we can. Okay, I'm gonna deposit.
Good.
We're gonna... What do I have? X fuels and Kryptons. Kryptons... We'll just go to Pike. Probably buy some exotic too.
Ooh.
We'll fill up on exotic and then we'll... Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh, there's none available. Right, that's fine.
Good.
So we'll go to, Pike. No passengers. Fuck me. Okay, we can... Oh, the exotic... Is it still... Yeah, exotic and gems. And Kryptons... 13% Quagga 0. Oh, this is rough. Take care, Lead Cloud. Went through all your batteries? Wait, you don't have like a gas? I guess it's probably not the standard anymore. God, we got a rougher start. Holy shit. Probably because I'm buying fucking stocks. Ah, what the fuck? It's good there, okay. Okay, where are we going? Let's get rid of these Kryptons and X fuels. Actually, I'm gonna sell them here. I'm gonna sell them here. Kilo needs X fuels. Could probably buy some more. Advertise this. Pay the crew. Deposit
Good.
max. And yeah, we'll go to Tilo.
Money.
Gonna need fuel at some point. We'll have to visit the fuel planet.
Great deal.
Which one is the fuel planet? Is it Nosh? Yeah, it's Nosh. Nosh, what do you need? Oh, that's perfect. Heratonic and moon ferns. We can do that. We'll do the Heratonic
Whoa.
first. And we'll do the moon ferns.
Good.
Ooh.
Quag, that's fine. Okay, that works. Deposit
Good.
max, and then we'll go to Nosh. Yay! Emergency tax break. Yeah. That's fine. We're gonna fill up here. Anyway, look at this. Boom! And we can probably even go here and be like, boom. Let's fucking go. Look at that. That worked out really well, actually. Need to get a rider. My yard is a bit too big and grows in too thick for my mower. Or like a massive lawnmower. By rider, you mean one that you like actively drive rather than push. Then I put some advertisements down. What the fuck happened with those? What's Nosh looking like at the moment? Oh, Nosh went up. Laura's going up. Fucking Pike is not doing great. Queg is going up. Keep an eye on Queg. Okay. Marketplace. You wanted some moon ferns. What else? Do you want hair tonic? Oh, you wanted gems. Well, you can have the moon ferns. We can buy the Kryptons. Buy the whipped cream. So I'm gonna sell all of this while I'm here. Buy all this up.
Help.
Yes, I see. Okay. So we are going to sell our Kryptons at Pike, probably. Sounds good. Hello, Snowy. No corner, son? You in your fucking corner, son. Ah, fuck it, we'll go to Quag. Oh, yay, I won the lottery. Holy fucking fuel costs. Alright, so we wanted to sell our Kryptons. Boom.
Great deal.
Fantastic. We're finally in fucking 6 digits. You guys gotta be careful. You know how I draw people pregnant? Snowy will draw you dead. Everything is so fucking expensive here. You guys have fuck all. Oh, fuck's sake, Lady Cornucopia. We need to go to Pike. We need to go to Pike. I don't want to sell. Pike's went down. We need to go to Pike. Okay, you do the moon ferns, I suppose. Just so we have something. Advertise. We'll deposit this.
Good.
We'll go to Pike. Fuel isn't bad here. Okay. I think we can set our ticket price to 2,000 now. We sell our... Oh, the moon frames are not great, but we'll sell them anyway. We could buy Oggle sand here. Actually, that's kind of huge. The frogs legs too. What you got going on? Sick. Let's go. We got a faster engine. You love to see it. We're dying. I have a repertoire. Oh, God. Okay, let's see. Oh, we wanted to buy stocks as well, right? Buy some more stocks. Buy Oggle sand. We can go to Nosh. Yeah, we can go to Nosh. What else is Nosh want? We could buy hair tonic.
Whoa.
Babble seeds, it's not much of a profit, but it's a profit nonetheless, you know? Just to fill up the rest of the fucking thing. Alright, advertise for next planet. I'm gonna deposit max. We're gonna go to Nosh. Oh, fucking hell. That's so much. 4,000? Thank you.
Hola.
No, thank you. Okay, we got it, we got it, we got it. That's an investment. That's a huge investment. Hello, Dracon. How's it going? We just invested. That's all. Umbrellas. I'm just gonna sell everything here.
Great deal.
Whoa.
Great deal.
How's our stocks looking? Oh, Quake is going down now. Okay. We just let the stock simmer. That's all. Umbrellas to Quag maybe. Marketplace. We just buy a bunch of umbrellas. We'll just go to Quag. We'll try and pay back all of our loan. And we'll deposit the rest.
Good.
Ooh. Perfect. Three shares of stock on the Nosh exchange for 20% less than the current market price. No, thank you. Sick. Okay, I'll come back to you for that. I forgot to advertise, didn't I? Okay, we'll sell all of this. Oh, this is huge. Oxygen, okay. Hair tonic too.
Whoa.
Who needs oxygen? You do. Lauro does. Haha. We can sell the fucking hair tonic there too. Maybe some moon ferns just to top off the top of it. The stock's looking like the Quags are going down. Just gonna buy some more. Fuck it. Do that. Pause it,
Good.
max. What did you have? Hair tonic? Sure. Oh, okay. It's whatever. Wait, can I just sell it
Whoa.
all again? Buy it from 82 tons. Okay, we'll sell this then. Wait, 82. The oxygen is, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. We'll fill the rest up with oxygen. Take it from you. Okay. Buy the rest of the oxygen. Advertise. Oh, fuck, I'm broke. Never mind.
Ooh.
Money, money, money.
Advertise. So where were we taking this? We'll just go to Laurel. Maybe it'll go down. We'll sell the oxygen. Because we need to wait for the hair tonic to kind of...
Good.
So we'll go to Laurel. Sick.
Dude.
Tenfold profit split within a month or two. Sure. All or nothing. We're gambling so much. Fuel. Oh, we'll need to go to, we'll probably need to make a stop off at fucking Nosh, I suppose. Which is good, because the hair tonic is where we want to go and sell that. We want to sell you all of our oxygen. There you go.
Deal.
Great deal indeed. What do you got? Your gems. We do want to go to Nosh, so... You know what? I'm gonna...
Whoa.
How many gems do you have? Oh, you know what? You only have this amount of gems. It's fine.
Whoa.
How many do I want to sell? I want to sell 8.
Whoa.
There we go. Advertise for next planet. And then... Pause at the
Good.
max. And then... We are going to... We're gonna go to Nosh so we can get some fuel. Thank you! Thank you! Let's go! It's all coming up Millhouse. Oh, fuck. Oh, please give me something good. It's not great. We might have to come back here eventually. But not right now. Okay, so we can sell you our gems and our hair tonic. Fuck it, sell it all.
Whoa.
Great deal.
Great deal. Hello, Stevie. How's it going? Following Hell's financial advice last year, I invested my life savings on Oglesand and Cryptoons. Oh my fucking lord. I didn't buy any Nosh shares. I should have bought the Nosh shares. Look at them. Queg, what are you doing, man? Look at the fucking Nosh shares. What's wrong with me? I should buy Nosh. What you got? Literally fucking nothing but jelly beans. Okay. I mean, we are gonna want to come back here, so... Maybe we go to Pike. We'll go to Pike and we'll just see if we can buy some stuff from Pike.
Good.
Good.
Ooh.
See how no one is beating me, by the way? Oh, fuel prices are fucking disgusting, though. I don't want to upgrade I'm the fastest engine in the fucking galaxy, bro. Alright, you got like a fucking shit ton of stuff, right? Gems, look at the gems. And we can take them to Nosh. We can take them to Nosh and a hair tonic too if they don't have a lot. So,
Whoa.
well, okay.
Good.
Close to being a zillionaire yet? No. I'm not. I wish. Thank you, crew. Look at this! This is so good! Oh my god! Everything's still coming up Millhouse! Fuel prices are falling! Let's go! Can you get me an extra deal? Oh, fuck. That's fine. Boom. Look at that. Cheapest chips. Pick up the passengers. Marketplace. Sell those fucking bad boys. Boom. Sell these fucking bad boys. Boom. What you got? You've got fucking nothing! Ah! And before you're robbed, I mean, the end of the last game, I got fucking murdered, so... Okay, right. Buy some jelly beans. Right, thank you for the 20 stream streak. How's it going? Stream's been fine. Oh, Nosh is going down. Okay, probably because they got fuck all. Just go jelly beans and Loro. We can buy some gems at Loro, maybe. Oh, a pike. What the fuck is Hork, by the way? I can see where everyone is. Oh yeah. Oh, we need to go to Queg actually. What you got on Queg? Fucking jelly beans, I suppose. We could go to Queg, or we could just let it amass. Because I do want to go to. I want to see what Hork is all about. Just fucking go to Hork. Let's just place ads. Deposit max. Let's go to fucking Hork.
Ooh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zen. Media capital. Free publicity. Yeah. Oh, sick! What's the stock looking at Hork? Ooh. Holy shit, Pike is going up! Let's fucking go! Queg, you're still fucking failing me, bro. Not great. Laura's not doing too bad. Thank you for the self-care check. Okay, so what do we want from you? You got a bunch of whipped cream. The next base, but no one really wants the like gems and Nosh again. I kind of want to go to Queg though. What does Queg want? Fuck. Bro, Queg has nothing. It's nothing. Or Pike, I suppose. We could go and get some gems, maybe. Whipped cream. Buy all their fucking whipped cream and some fucking frog's legs too? You want frog's legs? Not really. Not really. We lava lamp it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Advertise.
Good.
Good. Where did I want to go, Quag? Oh yeah, let's go. Boom. As Pez. We'll need to go to Nosh at some point too. It's much slower? Wait, what do you mean slower? Ugh. I don't really want the whipped cream that much anymore. I'm gonna sell this too. Yeah. Polyester? Do I want polyester? There's not even polyester anywhere, bro, but okay. Oh, well, whatever. Unlucky, I guess. Oxygen? Maybe to Loro? Loro do have ogle sand. Let's fucking buy all the oxygen then. We're gonna advertise. We're gonna advertise a newspaper now. But we're gonna make the ticket price in the middle. Like that. Boom. And then we'll probably try and go to Nosh again to fill up. Where we're going? Loro? What did I just buy? What oxygen? Where am I sending oxygen? Yeah, we're going to Loro. Yeah. Oh, they got an 8-corp engine. We're gonna have to go and upgrade our engine soon. There you go. That's not too bad. Carbon fiber? I'm not sure. Ooh, the oxygen. Let's go.
Deal.
Great deal indeed. We're gonna buy up all of your fucking ogle sand. Where are we taking that? I said I wanted to go to Nosh, actually. Okay. Probably buy the polyester, too. There we go. That's fucking fantastic. Okay, we're good.
Good.
Let's go to Nosh.
Ooh.
76,000 Kubars. Invest. Oh, I need to go to... I need to buy some fucking... I need to buy the engine. I need to go, holy shit, the ogle sand. Let's go.
Deal.
Polyester too?
Great deal.
Not bad. I need to go to... Where was the Pike? I need to go to Pike. Can buy the Kryptons, I suppose. Not great, but it'll make us some money. What else? Ooh, lava lamps. Wait, what am I doing? The lava lamps will make us more money. Buy some Kryptons just to top it up. Oh, wait, yeah, I have much more fucking space now, actually. What else do you guys need over at Pike? Buy the umbrellas. Perfect. Keep him happy. Pork. Clegg, this is fine because we're going to Pike. Thank you for the lurk, Foggy. What's the stock market looking like? Pike's not bad. Come on, Quag. You can... I need you to go up, like, gabillions. Nosh is so unstable. Hork is going down. We might be able to go buy for fucking Hork. Oh, did I not advertise? Alright. 10 Quarp engine. Holy shit. Because I'm 8 Quarp right now. That's a fucking increase of 2. Let's fucking go. That's huge. Did I sell? I don't think I sold anything yet. Boom.
Deal.
Sell that.
Yeah.
Great.
Sell that. It's not the best, but sell it. What are we looking at here? We're probably looking at gems and babble seeds. We can go to... Nosh. How's the stock market looking at Nosh? I keep fucking it up. It's going up. Maybe it'll go down again. Wait, if we buy the gems, go to Nosh, we could probably buy the exotic from Nosh if it's still there. Okay, we'll buy gems. Honestly, I might just deposit the rest.
Good.
Bum, bum.
Yeah, we're good. We can go to Nosh. Oh, sick. No, thank you. Hey, we're not doing too bad. We are not doing too bad at all. Fuel cost is down a wee bit here. We're gonna sell the gems here.
Great deal.
The exotic went up in price. It's on Tilo. Fuck. Let's fill up first. It's going down again. Should we invest in some Nosh stocks? Ooh, Queg is going up. I need Queg to go up to like 10 million, please. Hmm. I'm just aiming for all of the big stuff, honestly. Could take jelly beans and frog's legs to Loro. Oh, I don't know. I might take a pee break. I need to go pee. I've been drinking so much water lately. I'm like a cactus. Alright, I'm gonna take a BRB. If you guys want to go stretch your legs and stuff as well, that'll probably be good. But I'm not your fucking dad, so whatever. But yeah, I'll be right back, okay? Aha, okay. My, you're quite the adventurous bird. Looks like you unlocked some new hats. Hats! And we can get that sorted. As well as Hebby, if you're still here, about the art as well. Also, sorry, Hannah, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 50 months, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. You missed all of Deltarune? Well, it's a good thing. What is it?
It's the thing.
Random. Ooh. Not only did you take it, but you picked me up! Okay, boom. Let's have a look. So, you guys get to choose my Twitter profile picture / banner. You get to tweet for me. You get to pick a creepypasta for me to read. A tier list. We have some crowd control peak that we can do, which, by the way, we could do during the charity stream. Oh my god, okay. What is going on? Talking about? What do you mean? So they people seem to think that their protesting has done something because they're like, oh look, you can change your character and gender now, and it's like, but that's, but that's always been in the games. What are you, a fucking fabled tourist? I can't believe those people exist. Not to be elitist or gatekeepy, but are you sound of mind? What is wrong with you? Yeah.
Oh.
I'm about to fucking
Freedom. Freedom.
freedom? Yeah! I'm not infected anymore! Let's go! Holy shit. Okay. Nice. I'm assuming the bite won't go away, so
The
I'm gonna
bite? It probably will have to heal, if anything, but...
That's so funny. I'm gonna baptize him. What are you doing here? Bro, I can't save you. I can't save you. There is no save. Yeah, I suppose the antenna. It's free real estate. Now I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really rehearse this presentation either. I probably should have. So I would try to remember what is like next. Okay, perfect. Another 3 FPS transition. We love it. Oh, and again, you can't my wings are in the fucking way. Oh well. I'll just... You gotta read it between bounces. Alright, my likes and my dislikes. She's not... She's not working, is she? She's not working. Oh no. Oh no! When we needed her most, she left. Hello, Marine. How's it going? She was here like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, she's like, fuck you. Hi, Dionysus.
Now, who is this? What sort of nymph do we have here? Not from the waters nor the woods, but wait. Those eyes. Zack, is that you?
Sir! I need an image. I need a fucking image. Please. We can't be having this. We cannot be having this. Please! Sir! We can't be having that on stream! That's just out! I'm not making heart eyes, I'm blushing! We can't have that on stream! You just stay like that, sir. You just stay
what needs to be blue?
The flames need to be blue for the guy to
Oh.
be happy. So we can't go to sleep.
Ah!
It's okay. War crimes later today, yeah? Was it Wednesday today, yeah? Oh shit, yeah. Wait, no, don't make me yeah. I'm not on cat mode, you fucker. I'm doing like 7 things at the same time. I'll need to spin another punishment wheel then because Nate donated gifted 5 subs. Some people don't have hands because Hell's eaten quite a lot of them. My lawyer has advised me not to comment on this. Where have all the good men gone, and where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising odds? I'm absolutely going to step in one of those fuck bastard bear traps. I cannot see my hand in front of my... Ah! No, you fucking... Oh, you can disable the trap. Uh-oh. My wife! Give her back, you fucking asshole! Ah!
That was cool.
Oh, there's a dog there. What the fuck? How'd you die? We night map?
Nope.
Night night. Oh.
Daytime, slightly foggy.
Foggy! No!
Slightly. Very slight.
No,
Small.
this is not slight, it's a... Thank you for waiting. I'm back and ready to trade some more, I guess. Ugh, I got a snack too. You guys like a stroop waffle? You can share. Okay, so what the fuck are we doing here? What do we want to do here? While our stocks are simmering. What a Tilo maybe? Let's have some lava lamps.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run a profit on the jelly beans too. Okay.
Ooh.
Hey
Okay.
ho, family.
Sure.
Hey ho, family.
Let's fucking go. Trading Corp are eating shit. Stroop waffle one that wasn't napping. Ah, fuck. Okay. We'll gamble in a second. Sell those lava lamps. Jelly beans aren't a great profit, but I needed something to fill the ship. Withdraw max. Let's go gambling.
Thank you.
Fuck! Hmm. Stroopwafel are so, like, satisfying to eat. Wait, holy shit, the exotic, actually. Hmm. You're biased. It's okay to be a little biased. Okay, but if you were offered between a stroopwafel and a millionaire shortbread, which would you take? Mm-hmm. Okay. Fucker! We'll need to go to Nosh soon. I'm not watching this stream to answer life's most difficult questions on a Sunday evening. Thank you very much. Is it really that hard for you? Damn. The exotic is going at its lowest price here. We'll just sell it. Rather than hold on to it. Oh, I just realized I can... Sorry. I can click between these. Oops. Okay. We want to go to Nosh. So we'll probably just buy the gems. They're a bit expensive, but... And the X fuels too. And the hair tonic, maybe.
Whoa.
The polyester. There we go.
Money, money, money.
Oh.
Money, money, money.
I guess the first time I fucking paid my taxes. Fuck!
Good.
Sure. Oh my god, it works out. Holy fuck, I can sell the extras here.
Great deal.
Buy some Oggle too. You change the ship? Yeah, we have a different ship now. Hence why I'm not being beaten by everyone and their mother. I think the other ship would have been fine if I had fucking Pike. Because you can just go there and get your fucking engine upgraded. It's crazy. Hmm.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Fuck me. Hello, Steven. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah. Oh, we overbid by a lot.
Money.
It's fine. Oh, the fuel is a bit expensive. It is what it is, though. We could sell the gems here, probably. But it's 3% at Xyle. I don't think we've been to Xyle yet, have we? Yoggle sand. Just sell it so we can get a bit of money. Polyester. Ooh, we could sell the Heratonic here.
Great deal.
I want to sell it Xyle. We probably want to buy some lava lamps too, or some Kryptons.
Yeah.
Expensive fuel, just like IRL. Yeah. Fine.
Ooh.
Good.
Good. Where are we going? Xyle? One is Xyle. Oh, fuck's sake. Yes. Ha ha ha. We're falling behind a wee bit. Wait, they beat me? Vandergaard. Wait, what? Eight corpse? Bro, I have an 11 corp! I suppose they might have been closer. What can you do here? Oh, it's Mr. Zin's home planet. Asking for a favor. Ah, fuck. Wah! Nosh exchange. Oh, Nosh is going up.
Great deal.
We could sell the polyester. Just while we're here, free up some space. Buy the Oggle sand. Could buy some... No, actually. Quick, please! Fucking goddammit. Sell it. Sell these here too. Fuck it. Not the best, but we're gonna buy ogle sand. We'll just deliver that wherever. Pike. Buy some exotic too, actually. That's probably about it, really.
Good.
$800 tons.
Ooh.
Don't really care that much. No, thank you. Fuck. If I'd have gone with a 50, it would have been enough. Oh, fuck, it wouldn't have been actually. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Right, what's going on here? We'll sell the ogle sand. Sell the exotic.
Deal.
Polyester to Loro? Oh, yeah. What else? To Loro? Hair tonic, maybe? And then jelly beans?
Whoa.
Yes, jelly beans. Jelly beans are umbrellas, actually. And then if we go there, maybe, and on holiday, maybe my crew won't want me to pay their wages. So, you know. Sure, this is fucking insane. This is fine. Deposit max. Current price, not too bad. Where did I want to go? Loro? Yeah, we're gonna go to Loro. Nosh? No. Nothing too bad there. Okay, we'll need to go to Nosh now. Oh wait, this is
Whoa.
perfect. Holy
Great
shit.
Deal. Great deal.
That's not bad at all. Okay, if we want to go to Nosh, we want to buy X fuels. And cantaloupe, I guess. Guess we could buy some gems as well.
Good.
Due to the political turmoil and hyperinflation, there's an economic crash on Nosh. Production comes to a halt, supply of goods crashes. Prices shoot up. Trading ships arriving on Nosh won't find much to buy, but anything they have will sell well. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Great deal. Great deal. Great deal.
Holy shit. That's really good. Mmm. Xyle exchange. Yeah, they're fucking raising up and up and up. They got a bunch of Cryptoons, but it's... everything is so expensive. We're just gonna have to... Let's go to Quag. We'll go to Quag.
Good.
Money.
Everyone's upset at me.
Good.
Ooh.
Good.
Mm.
Ooh.
Dude.
Hola.
Holy shit. Oh, I'm not interested. Loro. We need to not go to Loro. Okay. Sell these. We'll buy the diapers and whipped cream. Or even the exotics. Exotics whipped cream will go to Pike. And then we'll want to make a move. We'll see if we can go to we'll go to Xyle and see if we can sweet talk Mr. Zen with something.
Good.
Dude.
49 shares on Hork. No. Oh, okay. We don't want to go to Hork. Should I have bought the Hork? Maybe. Hmm. There was somewhere I wanted to go after this. I forgot. We go to Laurel. I think we'll go to Laurel.
Good.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh la la.
Yeah, why the fuck not?
Money, money, money.
Money, money, money. We'll need to go get some fuel. Fuel is so expensive now. Holy shit. I want to go to Nosh. We'll go Laurel and then Nosh. Because I want to get rid of these exotics. So... fill the rest up with jelly beans and we'll go to fucking there.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Good.
Wait, why is it only 1%? Bro. I don't know if I advertised for next planet, but it's fine. We're gonna go to... Where did I say we're gonna go? Laurel.
Dude.
I still haven't seen the investment come back on that other guy. Boy! Hello, Succumbia. How's it going? Zyle. We want to avoid Zyle. We want to sell this.
Great deal.
Oh, shit. We can sell our jelly beans here, too, yeah.
Deal.
So we want to go to Nosh. So we can buy the ogle sand. Perfect.
Good.
Dude, Spike only ever... Fucking... No.
Great deal.
Okay. Fuel is so expensive. Fuck you! We're gonna have to come back here. Okay, right. So, we'll buy... Lava lamps, go to Tilo. If we can. Yeah, we'll buy all the lava lamps that we can. There's only 15. What else on Tilo? What do you need? Fucking whipped cream. You know what? That's fine. We'll buy all the whipped cream too. That really works out actually. Advertise, boom. Deposit, max. We'll go to Tilo. Just cap it out at 100. Crazy. Okay, right. Pick up the passengers. What's fuel looking like? It's gone down a wee bit. What's fucking stocks looking like? They're cooking. Some Laurel, dude. Holy shit. Alright, what are we selling here? Lava lamps.
Great deal.
Whipped cream.
Great deal.
Wanna go back to Nosh. All the Oggle sand. Maybe Moonferns. And we'll just do the rest in gems. Okay.
Good.
Ooh.
Ooh. That works. Laurel, that's fine.
Good.
Nosh. Okay. What the fuck? Lipojungies. Ew. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Ugh, fuel is fucking expensive. My crew wants to actually be paid. What a horrible time we live in. Pay.
Money.
Pay. Explore. Please give me a good deal. Okay. Fuel is done. Sell the Moonferns.
Great deal.
The fucking... It's not great, but it is what it is. Hello, Mr. Sleepy. What even is this? This is Gazillionaire. Thanks for stuff, Gashak Lychee. Alien stock game. Very old one. Okay. Lava lamps and frog's legs. Maybe we can go to Tilo. Okay, lava lamps.
Yeah.
Frog's legs, and we'll go to Tilo. Advertise for the next planet. Deposit
Good.
max. Let's go to Tilo. We need to go to Pike and buy a... We'll need to buy a faster engine. Okay, that's good. These aren't bad either.
Deal.
What are we buying here? Fucking nothing, bro. What is going on in Tilo? I tell you what's going on. Gambling is going on. What? No gambling. Bollocks. The Flash games you play at school, like Fireboy and Water Girl? I suppose. It's got that kind of aesthetic. What are we buying? Oh, it's horrible. Okay, take some stuff to Zyle. Zyle is fucking suffering right now. Do Oggle Sand and X Fuels. I think that's the plan. We'll buy Oggle Sand, we'll buy X Fuels. What else do you need? Cantaloupe. Just to fill it all up. Advertise for the next planet. But we're gonna... Maybe... What's upper? Maybe we could do a cheeky 3,500. Okay.
Good.
Where did I say we're going? Zyle? Sure. Fuck you! God fucking damn it! I didn't even win the fucking thing. Oh my god. It's in shambles. Mr. Zin, please. Oh, fuck you, Mr. Zin. God fucking damn it. Okay, we got 10 passengers paying the new price. That's fine. That's fucking nothing. I was getting some extras here! God fucking damn it! Mr. Zin did that. Mr. Zin planned that. Actually. Okay, fuel cost is going down again. What's the stock looking like? Let's fucking, you know what, let's invest in some more stock. Let's buy some more stock. 6. All I can buy.
Good.
Okay, right. Oh, we do need to go to Pike. We can buy the whipped cream and Moonferns. And we can go to Pike and look at getting another engine.
Good.
Fine. Please don't go on strike. Ah, fuck me. Oh, I didn't advertise. Bollocks. We're gonna need to go to the fuel place next. Okay, we're gonna sell all of these.
Great deal.
Sell all of
Great
these.
deal.
Okay, that's good. Fuck me, okay. Kilo, that's fine. We need to go to Nosh. Stock market, what's Pike looking like? Ooh, Pike is fucking going down. I could buy some more. Okay. Right, so if we want to go to Nosh, buy the hair tonic, I suppose. How much hair tonic you got?
Whoa.
Nothing else. Literally fucking nothing else. Okay.
Good.
I forgot to advertise again. Bro. Okay, that's huge. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that was huge. That was, God bless that guy. Okay, sell these.
Whoa.
Bro! What is going on here? There's nothing! There's nothing! Oh, alright, let's have a look at the facilities. Anything making me money? It's gonna cost me fucking 7k a pop to get here. But no, it's like 8k. 8k a pop to go visit Hork. Okay, we got Summon Zyle. Ooh, we could go to Quag. Okay, Quag. What do you fucking need? Crypt. Okay, we can do that. We can just buy a bunch of these. Just buy some fucking gems just to fill it out a wee bit. Advertise for Next Planet. I don't have enough money. I'm fucking broke. Budget max, and then we'll have to probably pay the crew. Flag. What? I didn't even want to go to Zyle! Whatever, Mr. Zin, for the love of fucking God, please, do something good. Bro is never in, actually. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, this is not great. Oh, actually the gems? You know what? I might fucking sell the gems. Fuck it.
Great deal.
We can buy whipped cream, maybe. Wait, we got Kryptoons. Where can we send those? We wanted to go to fucking Quag. Okay, whipped cream. We buy the whipped cream. Okay, we pay the fucking crew because they're crying at me. Pick up the passengers. Advertise. Okay, let me go to Quag. Okay, right, whatever. We need to go get an engine. Okay, the Kryptoons. Holy shit.
Great deal.
Fantastic. X fuels. Why do you want to bring these? Zyle. We want to go back to Zyle with some exotic too. That works.
Money.
Good.
Zyle, and then we'll go to the. Yeah.
Whoopsie daisy.
I've not been paying fucking insurance anyway. 120. Mr. Zen. Okay, that's sick. Thank you. Did I? Oh, I didn't advertise. Fuck. That's fine, because we're gonna make a big buck from these.
Great
Boom.
deal.
Okay. Buy the hair tonic. But I want to go to Nosh. We can still buy the hair tonic and just sell it at Nosh. Fuck it, why not?
Whoa.
What else? Diapers, I suppose.
Ah.
What else? Probably it. Just fill up with just like a little bit. Advertise, place ads. Oh wait, the fuel is kind of massive here actually. Shit. Okay, there we go. 32,000, bro. Bro, I can never buy insurance. This is crazy. We need to lock in. Look at the stock market. It might be time to sell my Laura ones. Oh my fucking god. Oh, none of this is great, actually. I mean, I didn't pay that much for them. But I could get more. Fuck.
Ah. Whoa.
We should go to Quag. I just sold some whipped cream and bought it back.
Good.
Oh yeah, I need to fucking buy another... Forgot to advertise again. I need to go to Pike.
Great deal.
Holy fucking shit, X Fuels. Please tell me Pike needs X Fuels. Not particularly. I want to go there. Ah, fuck it. We're going to go to Zyle anyway.
Good.
I don't care. I was not putting 300,000.
Money, money.
Holy shit.
Great deal.
Hmm. Okay, thank you.
Money, money, money.
Ugh.
Great deal.
Oh dear. I guess Nosh is fine. I might wait. We might need to go to Laurel and sell. Fuck it, we're going to Laurel to
Good.
sell. 4K. Okay, the salary got reduced. Fantastic. Okay, meal prep done. Nice. What kind of meal prep? What I come here for? Sell my stocks. Okay, whatever. I don't get the stocks thing. Ghost? 1 second, I think Ghost is throwing up. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. He's good. The first time, I don't think anything came out but a little bit of like fucking generic sick goop, but then he decided to grace me with a hairball. So, sorry. It takes a while for me to clean up because I have all carpeted floors. So I have to kind of scrub it with the wipes that I have. And make sure that it's all out. But he's fine. It was just a hairball. Hello Paradox. And hello Igor. How's it going? Shaken banana for breakfast. Chicken, broccoli, and rice. Ground turkey. Is it supposed to? These sound really fucking good. Can't go wrong with chicken, broccoli, and rice. Yeah, he's okay. He's okay. It's just a hairball. He had one. I want to say a few weeks ago as well. He's been shedding quite a bit, I'm assuming because his summer coat or whatever is coming in. Despite the monumentous amount of brushing I do before, because like when I go to bed, he comes to bed with me and I'll just like brush him for a bit. I mean, he's due a shower soon anyway. Shower, bath, whatever you want to call it. He is a pretty floofy cat, yeah. So... it's not the worst. Pondering a pizza, get that fucking pizza. But yeah, it just takes me a wee bit, so... Ooh, insurance is fucking 95? Oh,
Hi.
fuck yeah. Hi. Alright, what was I doing? Are we selling polyester? I guess we are. This is the... Chinese barbecue chicken? That sounds good. Fuel! We want fuel. We want to go to Nosh. And we'll just buy all of the exotic and go to Nosh, I guess.
Good.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me! Well, I have to fucking buy it. Please, just I'll buy the whatever. I'll do that in okay, whatever. Sell all the fucking exotic.
Great deal.
Oh my god. Pay the fucking taxes. Just buy some fuel. Oh my god. Polyester. Frog's eggs. We'll go to Tila. Advertise. Tila looks fine. Stock market. Show Nosh. I don't really care. Honestly, I think I can win without the stock market shit, bro.
Good.
Oh, shit. Okay. Not bad. Jeez. Unlucky. Okay, we want to go back to Nosh, so we're probably looking at Babble seeds. I guess we'll have to buy some Babble seeds. That's all we can really do here. Pick up the passengers. Advertise for next planet. Deposit max. Go to Nosh. Okay, premiums have been lowered. Okay. Okay, that works. Grow up. Sally's.
Hoi!
Buy all the polyester, I suppose. Go to Pike.
Ooh.
Good.
Hello, Mira. How's it going? Sick. I have a few Pike shares. I should probably go sell Zyle stocks too. And then I just... buy some jelly beans.
Good.
Sure. 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 Holy shit. Okay, that was a good streak of luck. Shake and vac powders are really good for pets. Stick on the carpet. You need something to like scrub it in with though, right? I'm back at Pike. Buy some umbrellas. No, I can't. Just go to Zyle. Unless, wait. No, thank you. Fuck! Hork! Oh my god, I don't want to be on Hork. Oh, fuck you. Fuel, okay. We can sell the jelly beans here. You know, that worked out decently well. Buy all the frogs. I still wanted to go to Zyle. I wanted to sell my fucking stocks on Zyle. No, I'm too late! God fucking damn it! The power do you usually put access let it sit for 10 minutes? Never need to do any more than that? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, right. What do we can... I keep going to Pike. I don't want to go to Pike, but I don't really have an option. Buy all the frogs legs, go to Pike.
Ooh.
84,000 glue bars? Sure.
Dude.
Sure. Sure.
Oh la la.
Sure. Okay, sick. What the fuck just happened? Okay. I'm so far behind though. Okay, right. Okay, right. Advertise. Buy exotic. What do I have? Frog's legs? Buy exotic and go to Zyle. Also buy X fuels.
Good.
Okay, I just want to go to Zyle. No. No. We're struggling. Fuck, am I winning? No!
Money.
Great deal. Great deal.
Oh, it was too late. God fucking damn it. Right, oh, fucking fuck, bro. Buy the Cryptoons, maybe. Cryptoons go to Tilo. Buy the Heratonic too, why the fuck
Whoa.
not? No, fuck you! They're pulling ahead by so much.
Great deal.
Whoa.
Lava Lamp.
Yeah.
Pike. I think I'm gonna keep them for a bit. I need to go to Nosh. Buy the jelly. Just go to Pike.
Mm.
Okay, that's huge.
Good.
I placed ads. We're going to Pike. Okay. Tilo. Right. So,
Yeah.
Great deal.
umbrellas. Umbrellas to Nosh. Okay, that's good. They have so many too. Alright.
Good.
Oh, I forgot to advertise! Fuck me! That's fucking horrible. Fuck it.
Great deal.
Buy gems. Go to Zyle. I need to go to Quag at some point as well. How's my stocks doing on Quag? Fucking horrific! Quag, what the fuck is going on, bro? Okay, right. So I need to go to we'll go to Zyle anyway, cause yeah. I mean I don't really have a choice. I can buy gems. What else do you guys want? X fuels is not really gonna make a big margin with that. Maybe fucking whipped cream. Sure. Fuck me. Are you kidding me? Fuck's sake. God damn it. Oh, but buying all the exotic would be so good. Holy shit. Right, we need to think about this.
Money.
We need to think about this. Okay. Warehouse. I have no, like, no space in the warehouse. Store as much as we can there. Wait, you know what? How about actually, we just take the loss. How much I pay? Oh, the gems lost a bit. We take the loss on these. Take the loss on these. We buy all of the exotic warehouse store as much as we can, and then we buy more exotic. And then we are going to go to Queg. That works out.
Great deal.
Buy the gems. We go to Loro.
Good.
I don't care. It's gonna be like fucking 10 million, yeah. Go to passengers, advertise. The next planet, okay. We could go to buy exotic. We'll go to Zyle and we'll pick up the rest of our other exotic. Oh, you love to see it. Sure. We need everything. We need everything we can get. Fuel prices are falling. That's fantastic. That is fucking fantastic news. I forgot to advertise. Okay. Alright, boom. Sell the gems.
Great deal.
Take this. And we're gonna go to Quag. We're gonna go to Quag. Okay, we'll go to Pike. Sure. Wait, I definitely did advertise. Oh, but I changed my... Alright, okay. What are we looking at for exotic? Tilo. Okay, that's fine. Anything else they want? Literally everything. We'll go for X Fuels. Okay.
Good.
Money,
Yeah,
money.
no.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Fuck! Toast is to Laura, I think. Tila was fucking climbing. Holy sh... Oh my god. We'll just toasters it. Take it to Laura. Laura also... We could probably do some gems as well. Not the best, but... And X fuels. Go to Laura.
Good.
Ooh.
You know what? Fuck it. I think I just have a bunch of toasters and shit. I'm so fucked. I'll do that in a bit. Okay, so I have like a bunch of exotic. I want to go to Quag. Okay. Okay, right. X fuels to Hork. And Babel seeds too. Oops.
Money.
Just pay that back. Fuck it.
Good.
I have to pay it back eventually. Where am I going? What did I just buy? X fuels. Hork. We're going to Hork.
Good.
Hey ho, family.
Sure.
Great deal.
We don't need to hear the wah. Polyester to Nosh. Maybe pick up some fuel. What else does Nosh want? Toasters. That works. Oh, sick. We're gonna go to Nosh.
Good.
Oh, it's so over. They're pulling so far ahead. fuck you. Okay, exotic. We can buy from here. X fuels too.
Ooh.
You can go to Zyle.
Good.
Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. Okay. Susan is never there, bro.
Great deal.
We want to go to Laurel. We can buy the Cryptombs as well.
Good.
I'm not gonna get it.
want it.
Okay. What if I just go gambling? I don't care. We'll just sell the Kryptons. What does Tilo need? Whipped cream. Fine by me. Buy it all. Stock market. Holy fucking shit. Hello, Nordic. How's it going? Right, could probably do a hair tonic as well. Just fill it up.
Whoa.
Go to Tilo, deposit
Good.
max. Tilo fucking died, yes. Yes, I need everything. I'm so fucked!
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Gamble! Okay. Okay, that was kind of huge. Not huge enough, though. Not huge enough. Fuck. We need to come back here. Maybe gambling is the answer. Okay, this is... Fine, we buy the toasters. We buy... It's like 40, this is... No... Moon ferns, and then hair tonic. If there's anything left. No, there's... Okay. Right. So...
Good.
We go to... Where was I going? Nosh. We come back to Tilo. No, thank you. Okay. No. Oh my god, I need to gamble so much. Do I have any... Oh, bro.
Great deal.
Great deal indeed. Oh, gems. Tilo doesn't really need them. Tilo's gonna fucking get them. Fuck it.
Good.
It's so over. It's so over. Oh, fuck, I have to pay. Okay, upper. I'm not gonna pay you guys yet. It's fine, okay.
Mm.
No, we need to play it safe. As much as I hate to, we need to play it safe. Because I need to pay you guys, I need to pay you. Oh, fucking, I basically didn't get anything from that. Okay, right. Where do I go? I need to... Do I have... 30,000 on there. 4,000 on there. If I can go to Queg and then come back, maybe. What does Queg need? Queg needs... exotic... jelly beans, I suppose. I'm not really seeing much returns on the... Maybe the jelly beans, but it's just fucking nothing. Fuck it, we do the exotic and maybe they need more, and then do the rest jelly beans. Did I advertise? Deposit max. Okay, I won the lottery. Oh, I think they might get it. They might get it after this. I'm gonna have time to go gamble. Oh no! So we want to go back to Tilo. Oh, it doesn't matter. I need to like min-max my fucking...
Good.
Please don't get it. Please, one more turn. One more turn. Wait, is it Tilo or Laura? Which one is the one that is the... Hello, CJ. How's it going? Am I winning? I don't think so. Is it Tilo? Is Tilo the one that is the... Which one's the gambling one?
Mm.
Good.
I think it was Tilo, right? I need to Google this. I'm okay. I'm just stressed. You know, fuck it. Doesn't matter. Please. No. Yeah, I don't have any fucking cargo. Fuck off. Okay. Okay.
Mm.
I have stocks in places. Right. I need to make 500,000. 500,000 is what I need to make.
Thank you.
Fuck! No! Shit! Fuck! Guys, it's over. Zio. It's fucking over.
Good.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck! Ah! God damn it! This is so hard! Hello, Winter. How's it going? Okay, so now I know the answer. I need to gamble, Max, I think. Oh, jeez. I need to gamble, Max. I weren't meant for money. Guys, hear me out. What if I host a donathon and then I spend all of the donathon money on stocks? Stockothon. Would you guys trust me with that? Oh, God. How's Gazillionaire? I fucking hate it, bro. I hate it here. We keep track of how they're doing every day? Yeah. We stare at them like rabid animals. Rupio laugh. That's not what you're saying when I lose all of everyone's money. Oh, God. Wait, I still have this because I didn't save. Oh, wait, it doesn't matter. Alright, new game. So we want Tilo. And we want Nosh. Tilo, Nosh. Okay, these are okay. Can always do another donathon. Donathon, but the timer hits 0. Like the timer is depending on our stocks investment, you know. We got the closest with this. Alright. Dude, our spawn was fucking horrible. What is this? Okay, we're going to Hork.
Great deal.
Yeah.
Great deal.
Frog Slags. And then we go back to Quag. Sure. And we can just buy a fuck ton of... You just buy a fuck ton of stock, I suppose.
Great deal. Great deal.
The guy with hands for dicks sends me every time. I think all of them are incredible, honestly. Go to Nosh. Buy gems, go to Nosh, probably. Buy gems, go to Nosh. Going to Nosh, probably buy some oxygen too.
Good.
Who suggested this? This is a game I played previously. I forgot to buy stocks. Okay. Oh, no one wants to fucking...
Great deal.
I'll go San Tilo. We can do some gambling.
Good.
Ooh.
Fuck. Red wine. How did I find the game? Germa. Yeah, I beat the game before 305. It's not great. Frack. Tilo. We still want to go to Tilo. It's fine. Uh-oh. What the Okay, whatever. Oh, I'm in so much debt, bro. Alright, let's dance. It'll be okay.
Great deal.
That was probably a bad idea, but fuck it. Hair tonic to Hork, probably. Oh, it was a bad idea. Dance just...
Whoa. Ooh.
Thank you! No. No, thank you.
Whoa.
Great deal.
I think I want to go to Nosh. Just such a distance. Try oxygen. It's not going to be the biggest payout, but it works.
Good.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo, yo. Oh, we can go to this place. Sick, okay.
Good. Good.
Ooh.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
Great deal.
Great deal indeed. What's here? Strong buy on frack. We need to go to frack. Do gems. 3. And cantaloupe.
Good.
Don't care.
Ooh.
Okay. Ah, jeez, I don't know. Kryptons, actually. I'm gonna go to Hork. We're going to Hork. What else do they want? Posters, cantaloupe. Do the cantaloupe.
Good.
What?
Hi.
Okay, right. Where were we going? Hork. Thank you. No. Mira, okay. Why is it so much more expensive? Okay, right. Fuel is good. Sell these. Sell these too.
Great deal.
Buy all of the X fuels. Holy shit. We can send them. Oh, we can't go to Mira right now. Go to Tilo. Do some gambling. Sure. Fuel prices are falling. Sick. Okay.
Ooh.
Great deal.
Fuck! No gambling. Hello, Wines. Thank you for the like. No fucking gambling. Ooh, exotic is looking very spicy. We want to send that to Frack. What else do we want to send to Frack? Doesn't really matter.
Good.
Good.
Money, money.
Money, money, money. Look at this fucking graph, bro. Okay. Oh, the exotic went up here. I'll buy some Kryptons. Go to bash, base, boost, boost.
Good.
Good. Buy Tilo exchange. Buy Nosh. Okay. Is this Unrival? Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, we'll just sell here. Fucking spend it all on fucking taxes. Buy a little polyester. Buy the moon ferns. We'll go to Nosh. We'll buy some stocks.
Good.
Ugh. Fucking horrible. We go to Hork. Whip cream and go to Mira, actually. We'll do that. What else do they want? Some X fuels too. What else do they want? Some jelly beans. Fill up the rest. With fucking whatever we have. That'll do. Draw some fucking money. Pay these losers. Deposit the
Good.
rest. And we'll go to Mira. Yeah, let's go. Playlist is supposed to loop. I just realized why everything is not really... There we go. My bad. Oh, nice. I didn't even realize I had facilities, honestly. Wait. Oh, they have facilities on Tilo. I love going there, though. Yay! Chimplab Street, did you lose again? Yes, it was very close, though. If I'd have won the Gamba, it'd have been fine.
Great deal. Great deal.
Whatever.
Good.
Sure. Okay.
Great deal.
X fuels to Quag, maybe. Or we could get X fuels to Mira and then buy a bunch of shit from Mira because it looks like they're being quite prosperous right now. Kilo, that's fine. Okay. We're gonna go to Mira. Yeah! Fuel price is falling. You love to see it.
Great deal.
Oh, their shit went to pot. Diapers, we can take them to Frack. And with some polyester too. So we'll do the diapers, do the polyester. We'll do that.
Good.
Good indeed. Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! It's all coming to Millhouse again. Where was I gonna go with this? To Frack? Because I bought the diapers? Yeah.
Money, money, money.
Money, money, money.
Great deal.
Fantastic deal. Okay. Okay. I think we just let the Mira cook, honestly. What do we want from here? Oh, it's not great. Go to Quag, get some Kryptons, suppose. Probably our best bet. Need to withdraw some money.
Ooh.
And some frog's legs. Fill up the rest.
Good.
Why do I have so much cantaloupe, actually? What the fuck?
Great deal.
Gems to Nosh. Maybe sell off the cantaloupe. Just fucking store this. Buy more gems. Good night, Hannah. Sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to Nosh. Jelly beans too.
Good.
Great deal.
I'll go sand and lava lamps. Could go to Tilo, do some gambling.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Money.
Good.
Sure. Did I advertise? Okay, I did. Oh, the fuel cost just went like down super low. Okay, alright. Let's sell everything. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fuck. Frack, okay. We're not going to frack. How's our stocks doing on Mira? Not too bad. Okay. We just need to not go to frack. We could buy the exotic. Go to Bass. The only other thing I would really consider is Kryptons. It's not the best, but it's whatever.
Good.
Yeah.
Great deal.
To hold on to these, I could go to Hork instead with a bunch of hair tonic.
Whoa.
And maybe even X fuels. What else? Umbrellas. Do I have any in Tilo? I'm going to work.
Good.
Let's make a serious investment.
Yeah, I want it.
Did I win? Wait, who won? It wasn't me, it was Hofmeister. Fuck me! It's always those guys. Bastards.
Whoa.
Great deal.
Deal.
Umbrellas. Should just buy all the exotics here. All the gems too, so I'm just gonna sell these. Take the exotics to Frack. Or Bass, fill up the rest on gems. Okay, we go to Bass. Did it come off with the playlist again? That's okay. Let's see.
Good.
We're gonna go to Bass. Base. Boost. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, thank
Ooh la
you.
la.
Sure. Fuck. Fuck. Oh wait, it does. Oh.
Ooh.
Good.
Cool. Sure. Oh. Well. God forbid me trying to be a good Samaritan. We'll go to Nosh after this. Not the best price, but it works.
Deal.
Nosh. You know, it's fine. Buy all the jelly beans too, why the fuck not? Oh, yay! Fantastic news. I got a tax return.
Good.
Perfect. That works at least. Ugh, not looking great on here. I suppose. It is what it is. How's my stocks looking? Not bad on Mira. I need to remember to keep an eye on those. I'll just go to Tilo and keep fucking... gamble maxing. Problem is Tilo has like fucking... whatever. Well, I'm broke. That's why I couldn't buy the toasters. Like, hang on a second, I'm pretty sure it said there was more than that.
Good.
I pay fucking so much just to gamble. No! Okay, we can't go to Queg. Fuck, bro. Mira is still climbing. Thanks for self-care check art. Just want to learn jump style? What the fuck is jump style? Ugh. Maybe we look to sell Mira soon. We'll need to go back to Bastel for that, so... Not really much here. $69. Nice. Boo! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid! We'll enjoy the video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges, but if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome, Raiders. You know what? Let's have a zoom in moment. We hadn't had a wee zoom in a while. Plus, there's not really much for you to see on that screen. Just some weird numbers and market manipulation stuff. Don't worry about it. Boo! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely stream. Playing 5 hearts under one roof. That sounds like some sort of visual novel. If I didn't know any better, and visual novel dating, otome type stuff. Feel free to tell us all about it. It is not something I've heard of myself in particular, or do not if you don't want to. That's completely fine. You just got done streaming. I get it. Just go rest. All good. For those of you new here, hello. How you doing? I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because the raid video does it for me. It's the whole reason why I have that thing around. But today we are playing some Gazillionaire, which is a very old game that I have played before, and I'm fucking struggling to beat, even on novice mode, about stocks and stuff, but then, like, aliens and stuff. It honestly looks like a big shit post, but it's just a very old game, okay? With some crazy graphics. So that's what we're doing right now. I wonder how unhinged I can be. As Winter says, yep, I would advise on reading the rules, and if you don't like reading, if that's how you're gonna be, if it's like, you know, my first time seeing you in chat, this might not be the place for you, because I don't really tolerate shit. Okay? So, behave. Thanks. It's a game I played Lucid Blocks before, then demo of Korean Girls. Alien Stocks, yeah, this game is... Here, I will zoom out so you can see, I suppose, if you want to. So this is like the most normal part of the game. It's when you start looking at the characters. And you're like, oh, that's the bank manager. This is the loan guy from the Traders Union. This is Mr. Zin. I'm in debt to Mr. Zin. So it's probably night and day from the game that you were playing. I'm afraid. I am afraid. But it is actually unironically very difficult for someone who is not into trading stocks and shit like that. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I'm doing my best. I just keep coming to this planet and gambling. That's my strategy until it tells me that I can't gamble. What was I doing? I don't even know what I'm gonna do with this. We can maybe... Wait, where do I have... Mirror. That's where all my stocks are, too. Okay. What's going on in Mirror? Can I send anything there? No. Oh my god. Maybe some Ogle sand. I might just fucking not take anything. I might just fucking... Let's go on holiday to Mirror, I guess. Pick up some money. Pick up this. Advertise for the next planet. We also want to check our stocks. They're still rising. I think, oh wait, no, I'm supposed to go to base, right? Bass, whatever it's called. Gambling, yeah, it's the best part of this game. Let's see. I need to get some advice, but I don't need anything. X fuels and oxygen. I want to go to Quag. Getting a lot of good blessings. Okay, right. I'm gonna buy the X fuels. Buy the oxygen. I have enough money. I'm broke. No, I don't want to deposit. I want to withdraw. Buy the oxygen. Buy the X fuels. We'll go to Quag. Sell them. I guess I'll pay my crew. Deposit the rest.
Good.
Okay. We'll need to get some fuel soon, so we'll need to go to Nosh. Okay. That's good.
Great.
The oxygen isn't great anymore. I suppose. Oh, we do want to go to Nosh. Okay, so we want to go to. There's no point in going. Okay, right. We'll keep a hold of the oxygen. We'll sell it at Nosh. We'll also buy some exotic, I think, to sell there. We don't actually have that much oxygen. Maybe some hair tonic too.
Whoa.
Whoa. Did I advertise? I did. It's still climbing. It's still climbing. Okay. So we'll go to Nosh and we'll see if we can go to base.
Good.
Everyone's making their first mill. I'm falling behind. Okay, we're gonna have to start charging a wee bit more. Because we are in demand. We're gonna fill up my tank. Fuck, bro. Okay, right. We'll just pay whatever. It's a... I don't know, guys. I didn't sell, that's why. Alright, we'll sell the hair tonic.
Great deal.
Great deal. Oh my god, we're winning.
Great deal.
Just fucking buy that much. I have to pay taxes. I want to go to base, buy toasters, I guess. Toasters and Kryptons. We'll do the toasters and the Kryptons. And we'll leave it at that for now. Deposit the rest. We'll go to... I didn't check the news, actually. We should be good. 6,000! Oh my god, it costs so much money to fucking be here right now. This is good. It's like half. Whatever. Mira, still very strong buy. Okay, okay, we need to hold on to our Mira stocks. Okay. Phenomenal. Do that. Okay, we're good. Sell these. Sell these too. Not the best, but it works. We can probably buy umbrellas and jelly beans. This works. We can buy umbrellas, jelly beans, and go gamble. That works.
Good.
Good. Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Oh, fuel prices on the rise. That kind of sucks. Okay, right. Sell these. They're not as great anymore. These are good, though. They're better. Withdraw the max. Let's go gambling! Please. Okay. Yes. No. Okay. Sick. Okay, we made fucking money. Pay you guys, I guess. Pick you guys up. Place ads for you. What are we buying? What are you selling? Kryptons? Kryptons exotic. Honestly, it's all good. Holy shit. What do you got in stock? It's about equal amounts of each. I would want to go to base to sell the Kryptons. Exotic. We will do that, actually. We'll buy the Kryptons. Buy all of the exotic. And then buy the rest of X fuels. We'll go to base again. That's where we'll sell the Kryptons, and maybe we can come back here.
Good.
Good indeed. Phenomenal. Let's go. This is looking promising.
Ooh la la.
No. Okay. Fucking, I forgot the fucking... Merit is still very strong. Is it still going up? We might make a bit of... might make a bit of bank from these. Holy shit. The fuel price is decent enough. I'm gonna fill up. Well, what are we selling here? The Kryptons.
Great deal.
Great deal indeed. Okay, we have more exotic we could buy. How much? Oh, they have so much. Wait, I want to buy more though. And then we can go to Nosh. No, but I wanted to go to Tilo. That's fine. Okay, right. We'll store that. Buy more. Okay, we got a bunch of exotic in this warehouse. We need to remember that. And now we are gonna go
Good.
to We're going Nosh. Perfect.
Great deal.
Fantastic deal. Maybe I should have sold my X fuels too. I might do actually. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell these. We still made a profit. Not massive. 70. It's just got fucking frog's legs. Oh, we need to leave the fuck out of Nosh. Should you go normal path or alt path? I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's see. I guess we can still buy some gems. Then we can go. Maybe exotic will go up in price. Need to check on Mira too. Oh, it's still climbing. Kind of want to go back to. I'm so scared about the Mira plummeting. Like very scared. If we go to, we could get some more exotic if we go there. Fuck it. We'll go to.
Ooh.
Yes. No. Fuck! I need to know. Okay, maybe we sell. Okay, we need to go to Mira. Okay. Buy the exotic, buy the gems. Okay, buy. Okay, right. We're gonna go do this. Do this. Deposit this. We're gonna go to Mira. Okay. Oh, but it's still going up! Ah, no! What if it goes up to 4K? Oh, fuck. TTRPG World? I know quite a lot of people really enjoy TTRPG. Ooh, I get really into it. It seems more accessible than D&D to me, personally. Like, easier to get into. Guys, do I sell? Do I sell? What if they plummet? Fuck. They might, I know. Nothing has really taken a big hit like that yet, and I'm just waiting to get the fucking message when I open the... It's plummeted by like fucking 3K, and then I will fucking cry. So if I have 96, I would make... $300,000. That's the risk? I know it's a risk! I don't know shit! Curious about the other shit. Bro, I don't have a coin. Flip a coin. I could do it on Google, I suppose. I'll flip a coin. Heads I keep, tails I sell. Okay, we're selling. We gotta sell. Can I sell them all at once? I can. Okay. Okay, right.
Great deal.
Okay. I wanna go gamble. $14 on frack? Can we go to frack? We could go to frack.
Good.
Great deal.
And then we go to Tilo. Okay, perfect. What else do you need? You need gems and babble seeds. We'll do the babble seeds.
Money.
Ooh.
Good.
Okay. Did I advertise? I did. We're going to Tilo, right?
Hi.
That's fine. We can go to Tilo. Oh, it still went up! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I still made a decent profit. Look at that, Christian. This might be the run. Or they're climbing.
Great deal. Great deal.
Ooh.
Fuck. Okay. 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 Okay, 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 okay. Hacking practice for possible interview. Best of luck. Okay. Fuck. It's fine. Well, you know what's not fine? The fucking... Where that is. Okay, Omera, we have... Not a lot of people visiting Mera. They have like 31 fucking thousand to go collect from there. Probably because of me. Again, this is probably because of me. Wait, I have... Can I view my warehouses? Bass. That's... Okay, we need to go to Bass, I think.
Good.
Good.
Ooh.
We need to go to Nosh. I just bought a fuck ton of that. Oh.
Ooh.
I'm like, oh, I could only buy one. Alright.
Good.
I think we're good for... I mean, we're going to Nosh anyway. I advertised. I'm gonna still hold. Okay. It didn't go up that much. fuck?
Money, money.
Money, money, money. Fuck you. This is good though.
Great deal.
Not so great, I just want the space though. Krypton's the Hork.
Good.
Sure. Why the fuck not? I could sell the Kryptons here. I mean, they're better than Hork, actually. Oh, but look at all the exotic I can buy. Oh, the exotic and the fucking X-Fuels. Okay, right. Fuck it. We'll go to Nosh. I guess we'll do diapers. Not great, but just fill up the rest of the thing.
Good.
No, not an evil curse! Please! That's not good. Nice.
Great deal.
Paratonic.
Good.
Ooh.
Good.
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. I didn't buy anything, though. We need to go back to thingy, though.
Ooh.
Fuck!
Money.
Whoa.
We got a Nosh.
Good.
Oh. Well, that's not great. That's not great at all. Ugh. Whatever.
Good.
Holy shit, okay.
Whoopsie daisy.
Fuck me! What is this fucking curse, bro?
Mm.
I want to gamble more, bro, but... Alright, we can buy all the X fuels. Oxygen and go to Quag, I suppose.
Good.
Great deal.
Buy some gems and go to Nosh.
Mm.
Good.
I need to go to Frack and sell, bro. Okay, after that, I need to go to Frack. Where am I going? I'm going to sell my X fuels and my gems at Nosh. Okay.
Whoopsie daisy.
Okay, this is good.
Deal. Great deal.
I want to go to Frack. I'll just buy the hair tonic.
Whoa.
Good.
My fucking fuel, bro. Okay.
Whoa.
Great deal.
Everything in the warehouses? Okay. I have 5,000 waiting for me on Mira. And I have something... What do I have waiting for me on Quag? Should probably go to Quag then. See what the fuck is over there. Diapers? Say less, bro. What else do you want? Literally fucking nothing. Maybe oxygen.
Good.
Hi.
Sure.
Ooh.
No! What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't even know what to say.
Great deal.
cantaloupe. Nosh wants it. I go to buy lava lamps actually.
Yeah.
And go to Tilo and just sell it there. I should make it.
Good.
What? What is this? Fuck you. Alright, whatever. Sell this.
Yeah.
Great.
That's huge.
deal.
Okay.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Fuck! X fuels, kryptons. Buy them all. We'll go to Frack to sell the kryptons, I suppose. And some polyester too.
Good.
No. Oh, did I not advertise? Where's Nosh? It's just there. I'm gonna go to Nosh to get some fucking fuel. What does Nosh need? Get some of my X fuels there. Lava lamps.
Great deal.
Yeah.
Good.
If I'd have brought those Frack, I could have probably made a really good profit. Look at this is crazy. Oh, yay! Thank you. Yeah, Frack is going fucking insane.
Good.
Oh, they're fucking creeping up.
Yeah.
Great deal. Great deal.
Paratonic to Hork.
Whoa.
Okay.
My name.
Good.
Yeah! Thank you! Wait, if I borrow a bunch of money... Well, no, because I get like 2% interest. I don't think... Okay.
Whoa.
Great deal.
Frog's legs to Tila. Rabbit.
Good.
Good. Ugh. I should have waited.
Mm.
Thank you.
Fuck! Guys, I'm never lucky. What do I want? Fucking nothing. Oxygen. Oxygen to Nosh, maybe. Could do exotic to Nosh too.
Good.
Great deal.
Hair tonic to frack. And polyester too, actually.
Whoa.
Oh, unlucky for the fracks.
Good.
Ooh.
Hola.
My name.
Whoa.
Great deal.
Oxygen to Nosh. Maybe X fuels too.
Good.
Hi.
Okay, Nosh again. Oh, I'm so stressed. Thanks for self-care check, CJ. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Okay. Sell.
Deal.
Ooh,
Great deal.
the X fuels are huge. Okay. Want to go gamble again, guys. Krypton's Tamara, or maybe Hork. Oh, you leave the fuck out of Nosh. I need to go to Hork. Holy fuck, I need to go to Hork. I need to go to Hork. What am I selling to Hork? Fucking Kryptons. Fucking literally everything. Whipped cream? Kryptons. The diapers. Whipped cream. That's it. Okay, right. Deposit max.
Good.
I need to get to Hork. So, yes. Yeah, you have to be on the same planet to buy and sell the whatever you call it, the stocks. It's crazy. It's fucking annoying, let me tell you. What do I have? Boom.
Great deal.
We'll also do this. We'll also do this. Okay, what are we looking for here? Oxygen to Nosh, I guess. We are just going back and forth between Nosh like it's nobody's business. I pay you guys special. Weather. Okay, we're just gonna go to Nosh. Deposit. Guys, I don't care what you buy. I want to sell.
Great deal.
I want to sell and get cheap fuel. Tilo exchange fell. Okay. Can I go to Tilo? Could. Moon ferns. And umbrellas for good measure.
Good.
It's so close. Don't care. Oh my god, it's so close.
Great deal.
Ooh.
Fuck you! Fuck you guys! Oh my god, okay, right. Cryptoons to Quag. Don't I have a facility on Quag? Can I collect some money? No. Where's my facility? Mira. I could do the Kryptons and just brute force it to Mira. And then come back here.
Good.
Oh, it's so close. I didn't advertise. Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
Good.
Oh, what the fuck are these?
Great deal.
Don't care. Need the money.
Ooh.
Okay. 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 We are so close. I'll have to pay my stupid fuck-ass crew. Okay, right. Ah, fuck, we go to Bash. Okay. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Bash, 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 bash. For the X fuels.
Good.
No. Did I do it? I think I did it. I think maybe I did it. Did I do it? I did it! I did it!
Good.
I fucking did it! I win! I win! I win. Right? I win? Do I need to travel somewhere? Oh, where the fuck did I travel to? You know what? Let me
Ooh.
Hi.
buy some insurance. Deposit
Good.
max. Let's fucking go to Mara. Yeah! Third time's a charm, baby! We won! Yes! Oh my fucking god. I need to pause the music. There we go. Big news on the financial front! Chimp Labs III is the first company in the entire system to attain a net worth above 5 William Kubars. This achievement will go down in history as a milestone in Kukubia's steady march towards becoming one of the wealthiest colonies in the galaxy of Gog. The latest word from the capital is that Supreme Commander Dred Nicholson has openly praised the president of Chimp Labs III for contributing more than any other company to Kukubia's growth and prosperity. This is an honor if you ever receive. Bro, this was novice. There's like 6 other difficulties. This was the easiest one. Well, I suppose the easiest one was tutorial, but... Oh my fucking god. I'm not trying out the hardest difficulty. I didn't even have to finish a game. I just said I'd play Gazillionaire. I just finished the game out of the goodness of my own crow heart. So... You know, alright, you can have your music back. Coward? Fuck you. Go play it if you want to see something like that. You're free to play the game yourself. No. What's my other game? Should we... Croshiba. What is going on here? Hey, look, I won! Wait, the icons! Wait, why do these look so different? Don't care for the game, I only enjoy them if you suffer. That's a skill issue then. Go enjoy something else. I need to turn on my light. It's so dark in here. Oh, God. All the blood just rushed to my head then. Well. Gazillionaire. Completed it, mate. What's wrong with closed captioning? Alright, let's go. Completed it, mate. Do you see how when transitioning there I didn't lag? I'm used to lagging and I didn't lag. Crazy. I think tits was the cause. Oh dear. I think it still lags sometimes. It probably depends on I mean, I have a browser open, I don't know. You know, finishing monks, she's about to rain. Unlucky Chucky. Oh dear. We did it. Well, by we, I mean I did it. It was all me. If I had you guys leading the charge there, I'd be in financial ruin. So... I suppose it's a good thing I did not, eh? Someone about something similar to the funny pistachio. If you need something to do with that, I just need to take a look at the alternative that you suggested. Winter sent me a link to it. I just haven't bothered to look at it. I've been really lazy lately. I do apologize. I need to also add the new redeem for you guys, and do the raffle for the letters so I can get those written and sent off. I've just been taking it a little bit too chill, I think. Okay, right, so... model moving stuff. I mean, if I really need to, I can just do that sort of thing and mix it up. It's something Winter has done it before, using a bunch of basically movement toggles on VTube Studio and having them trigger in a certain order and mix it up. It just depends on how far I want to go with it. We'll see, we'll see. The slap, if you will, yeah. A lot of people aren't aware of the slap and how fucking genius the slap is. Loved spending all my channel points on that. Oh dear. Alright. Dark and Steve, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. I think, I don't really have anything else to start or do. I think it's a bit too late to do anything in particular, so we might call it the day here. I do apologize. I'm usually a lot yappier, honestly. I'm able to keep yapping screens going on to a point where I'm like, shit, I need to play the game. But lately, I feel like I've not been so yappy, so I do apologize for that. But yeah, we'll probably call it a day here. As I said earlier, I don't think there's gonna be a stream tomorrow. I'll confirm that in the Discord tomorrow if that is the case, but it's very highly unlikely. So the next time I'll probably be seeing you is on Tuesday. So yeah. Alright, even though I am ending stream now, if you could stick around for just a wee bit longer, as always, I'd like to go raid out into someone because it makes their day seeing your faces in their chat, believe it or not. And you get some channel points for doing so. It's a win-win all around. I think we're gonna go say hello to Calibri. Calibri is playing a Yakuza game today. She's playing Yakuza 5 Remastered. Yakuza is always fun, only improved by Calibri's very wonderful presence. So, I hope you guys enjoy that. I'll be lurking there as always. Now, I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but you know, you can go say hello, ask her how she's doing. Maybe ask her a little bit about the game. Just converse with her. If you'd like. Regardless, be on your best behavior, please and thank you. I will be there. I'll be lurking. I always am. So don't think you can get away with shit. Because you won't. You guys gotta act responsible. You're representatives of the channel. And it will also look bad on me if you guys are stinkers. So, behave yourselves, okay? Thank you. I know you guys will. Alright, thank you so much for coming today. I hope you had a lovely time. I hope you enjoyed me fucking stressing my mind out at alien stock markets. That was Gazillionaire. I don't know if I'll play it again. Maybe. Just as a one-off. Who knows? We'll see. But I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed your company very much. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in any of the raids today and decided to stick around and give me a chance. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I do really appreciate you. But for now, you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night. Wherever you are, take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always, and I will hopefully see you on Tuesday, okay? Love you, Autumn. Alright. Goodbye.